Hey everybody, this is just a live chat where I'm going to be painting in the studio today, and you're free to ask any questions that you might have that might pop up. Working on this little avatar painting, little portrait painting. It's around 30 by 40 centimeters. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm just going to be hanging out, painting, and chatting with y'all for the next couple hours. So if you got any questions, just write them down in the comments below. Let me know if I'm coming through all right. I'm just slowly going to be working on this portrait painting today, starting off with this deep red. It's just cad red medium, black. Unfortunately, with the webcam, I can't get too close because it gets all blurry, but hopefully it's focused in enough. With these sort of paintings, I generally start off super loose and gestural and messy, and then I tighten it up as I go. Find the different planes of the face, different planes of the head. Trying to get my stream all tuned in. Hopefully it's coming through all right for y'all. Going to be painting in my studio today. If anybody has any questions, write them in the comments down below. Working on this portrait, kind of a mashup of different elements. I use a lot of different avatars and video game characters and these sort of things, mash them up with human ones in my work. Right now I'm just working on pushing some areas back, pulling other areas forward. Start off with the darks. Try to establish some of these shadows in place. But if you have any questions about painting at all, feel free to ask. It's just a studio day, kind of like how we have studio hours in university settings. This is my YouTube studio hours for Professor Polachek. That would be nice. Up in the top right, you can see some different paintings I've made over the years. Thanks, Art Aka. Appreciate it. You can check out my other work that's my Instagram down there at the bottom. But I tend to make these kind of explosive portraits of people colliding with video game avatars and these sorts of things. Let me know if the stream's coming through all right. I'm still getting the stream all dialed in here. So if something is a bit off, let me know. I was looking at some works by Grunewald the other day. Pretty amazing painter, German painter. This is the German Renaissance, born around 1470. So he was during the High Renaissance. But he didn't really paint in a classical Renaissance style. He was kind of a holdover from the late medieval Central European art. And so that kind of puts him in an interesting situation when he's painting during the High Renaissance. But he's kind of trapped in time. You have to wonder if there were elements of nostalgia in his work to the people at the time. With all the new types of paintings and new developments in optics and the way we mix paint and make paintings, he decided to paint in a manner that wasn't exactly of his time. Of course, now we live in a time where all genres kind of happen at once. There isn't just one solidified movement that defines now, unless that's pluralism or something like that. But with Grunewald, his most famous, I guess, piece would probably be the Eisenheim altarpiece. And these altarpieces were different commissions, that churches would give artists. And often now we think of artists as, being these lone wolves who only do what they want to do. But artists have been taking types of commissions for quite a long time, and they'd have to negotiate that relationship with those people as well. They have to wonder how somebody with a really, really strong vision would have to deal with a church. Because especially when you're painting Jesus, it's not like you're making a painting of somebody peeling potatoes. You're making a painting of somebody's God. And so the negotiations that must have happened between those two entities would be pretty tense. Maybe they weren't tense. Maybe they were just professionals about it. And they were like, all right. They were like cabinet makers or something like that. We know Michelangelo wasn't. Michelangelo certainly had problems with the Pope. Not sure about Grunewald. But the Eisenheim altarpiece, it's sculpture, it's almost like a sculpture as well. And he actually worked with a sculptor in creating it, Hagenau. Currently located in France. But it's Grunewald's largest work. It's kind of considered his masterpiece. And, he painted it for this monastery that basically was a hospital as well. And they would take care of people dying of the plague and skin diseases, these sort of things. So he painted the Christ in that altarpiece to kind of look like them. And as part of their treatment, they actually had to go and look at these paintings, which is kind of an amazing thing to imagine. Being prescribed by a doctor, you should go look at this painting by Grunewald. And in the painting, it's pretty brutal painting, actually. Well, the resurrection isn't brutal. Resurrection is nice, but the crucifixion is pretty brutal. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask down in the comments. Just hanging out during my studio hours time. It's common for different professors to just make themselves available during a certain time for any questions that people may have. Thanks, Aniket. We'll see where the portrait goes. I'll be painting for a while. Today. Usually I put in something like this. It's small. It's like 12 by 16. So it's a pretty small painting for me. This would probably take around 12 to 15 hours to finish. But I really kind of approach painting like a job. I know you're not supposed to. Supposedly it's a poverty mindset to think about how many hours you work. I read the other day. I don't know how true that is, but I certainly think about the amount of hours I put in on stuff, but apparently rich people don't think about how many hours they work. Could be fun to just make paintings and put a set rate on the painting itself and be like, well, I'll work for $20 an hour. That'd make artists lose their mind. A lot of them. But what would it really look like if an artist painted full time and actually documented that? You know, what would a painting, if an artist just went into the studio, it'd be kind of a cool project. If an artist just went into a studio and was like, I'm just gonna paint for 40 hours this week, and I'm gonna pay myself $20 an hour, and this painting's gonna be worth $800 at the end of the week. $3,200 a month, that's all right for making paintings. But most painters, they just don't, the idea of painting 40 hours a week sounds nice to me, actually. Maybe I should do that. There are issues just with your back and your eyes and your hand too at a certain point. You know, it's like students that say they've been studying for 20 hours. I studied for 20 hours, straight. It's like, no, probably not. And if you did, are you really retaining that much information after 3 or 4 hours? At a certain point, I think you need to give your brain a break. But when you're doing something fun, I know most musicians, they're around, from what I've heard, generally like these prodigies and these young kids that are super good. They actually practice less than I expected, at least in the one documentary I watched. It was around 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours a day, which is a lot of time, if you add it up. Certainly a big chunk of time. But, 3-4 hours a day, get up at 10, wander into the studio at 11, come home at 3, that's okay, it's all right. But yeah, I guess that's supposedly the poverty mindset, thinking about hours. You're not supposed to think about hours, right? Kind of a nostalgic element to these things, even though I don't even know what character it was, but my daughter plays Roblox and Minecraft and all this sort of stuff. And I remember growing up playing Nintendo, of course. And so there's probably an element of nostalgia involved in these paintings as well. Just this whole concept of happy memories from the past. Everybody's kind of nostalgic about something or other. But it's funny, the word nostalgia actually it's Greek, and basically it means like coming home and pain. Like fibromyalgia, when you hear about these different types of conditions. algia, generally means a pain in. And I guess nostos or something like that means coming home. So the pain of coming home is what nostalgia is. I don't know if is it really painful always? I mean, if it was painful, why would we like nostalgia so much? I like listening to records for no reason. It's silly. I could just listen to Spotify. But I put those records on for some reason. I like the case. I like that you have to change it every once in a while. You have to flip the record. It's kind of like a way to keep time in a way as well. But yeah, what is the need for nostalgia? I suppose we always think that things are a little bit better in the past than the present. Of course, we have a lot of different triggers for nostalgia too, besides visual triggers. I think smell would probably be the most powerful one. Like if you smell the way it smells on Thanksgiving, and there's food in your house that you grew up in or something like that. Those are pretty strong triggers of nostalgia. We like those. Everybody likes those. That's why we like Christmas, right? It's all smell. Frankincense, Christmas trees, food. It's all the good smells coming together. And those smells create memories immediately. They're like, ka-ching, trigger this memory. But visually, of course, it's easy to see if stuff just looks old. I know that in the new Star Wars remakes, a lot of people were upset with the original prequels because they looked too new and shiny. Part of the point of the first 3 Star Wars was that they actually looked beat up. The Millennium Falcon itself was beat up. That kind of makes it more endearing to us than a shiny spaceship would. Makes it feel more real, I suppose, in certain ways. Of course, the CGI when those prequels came out, it was just at an awkward phase where they were still in that uncanny valley stage. If you don't know the uncanny valley, it's basically a concept that if things don't look totally human, if they're just like partially human, they're creepy, more or less. And this came up in the 70s, actually. And so it's pretty much that, when we see humans, they evoke some certain emotional response from us. But humanoid things that are supposed to resemble humans, kind of trigger like uncanny or strangely familiar feelings that we have, but they're also kind of revolting and eerie at the same time. So pretty much the valley means how much we like a thing. So there's a certain point where as stuff becomes looking more and more human, we kind of like it less and less. That's why we like robots that look like robots, that have metal and these sort of things. Wires sticking out of them. But these types of androids that have like mechanical legs and stuff, that makes sense. Even like Ex Machina in that movie, which is an awesome movie, one of my favorite robot movies of all time. She still seems robot-y in a way. You know, she's kind of emotionless. Of course, she's extremely manipulative, but if you haven't seen it, check out Ex Machina. It's a great film. She's pretty realistic, so I think at that point we can definitely have an affinity for her. I can't remember her name in the film. But you know, those kind of like waxy, like imagine if you made like a waxy version of a human that talked. It's kind of creepy. That's what the Uncanny Valley is, basically. So for the new people coming, I'm just painting and chatting with y'all during my studio hours time. If you have any questions about painting, let me know. But I'm just gonna be hanging out, chatting with y'all, and painting. About 3 hours into this painting so far. It's popping in these little teeth. It's gonna become an ape. I want it to be like an ape of some sort. Kind of like an early human. I was amazed at some of the first examples of paint. 700,000 years old. Blows my mind. Of course, this was mainly for face paint, these sort of things. The earliest forms. But that'd be kind of nice. Go in the caves, make some cave paintings with some early humans. That'd be alright. If I could have anybody paint my portrait, it'd be the cave painters. It'd be pretty amazing. But it's hard to say what actually, you know, made people start painting. There was a desire to take note of the world around them. This is getting into the prehistoric art. So we're going way back for prehistory. We can go millions of years back to stone tools and these sort of things. So painting could be a lot older than we think. writing and stuff like that, I think it's around 5,000 years old. So writing is pretty new. But this would take thousands of years to really figure out. And of course, everybody wouldn't be able to read until just a couple hundred years ago. So we're doing pretty well where we're at now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask down in the comments. I'm just hanging out, painting, chatting with y'all. I know it's the middle of the night in the US. I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. So it's around 11:30 here. And just making myself available. If you have any questions about any of my other videos, techniques, materials, conceptualization, these sort of things, let me know. But yeah, the Stone Age, we're going back millions of years, 2.5 million years. That's when we started using stone tools and stuff like that. Around 1 million, we'd be able to figure out fire. You have to think somebody figured out fire. It's probably somebody who's an expert on that. Whether it was chance, like lightning struck a tree and started it on fire, and then they took the fire from the tree. Actually, I did hear once that, probably why I watch a ton of documentaries when I'm painting. And, or listen to them, I should say. And, which one was it? I think it was, there's a good one on just early humans, and it's about all these remains they found in South Africa. I can't think of the name of it right now. But this scientist basically found all these human remains, like skeleton, early human stuff, and he literally couldn't even access it. So he more or less got on Facebook and was like, if there's any little scientists, like physically little, we could use you. And he had all these, I think they were all women actually, but they're all really small, petite women that could get into all these really small, cramped areas and help extract a couple of the skeletons, the skull, and this sort of stuff. But it's kind of mind-blowing how old, you know, we're talking about fire being controlled around 1 million years ago, I think, or 800,000 years or so. But in that same documentary, I think they talked about a forest fire which had happened, and there was some deer that were killed. This is a hypothesis that there's some deer that were killed in the fire, and it cooked them. And people came around and basically were like, this tastes pretty good. I like this forest fire deer. We should put this stuff on fire. There's an awesome movie, one of my favorite movies I saw with my dad growing up, I remember, in the theater, was this movie called Quest for Fire. I think it's by the same guy who did that movie The Bear. You've seen that movie? It's a French movie, but yeah, I can't think of the director's name. But yeah, Ron Perlman is in it. Who's that? You know, he's already kind of a Neanderthal-looking guy. Huge brow line, big jaw, big chin. And it's all about this group of early humans who lose their fire, and they've got to go find fire. So it's called like Quest for Fire. And on their quest, there's no language in it, I don't think. I don't think there's any language at all. They just kind of make like ape sounds to communicate with one another. But then they go out on this quest looking for fire, and there's a lot about humanity and the first things of humanity. At one point they get chased up a tree by a saber-toothed tiger, all these early humans, and one of them like drops like a rock on another guy's head, and then they all start laughing. But you think about like early humor, what did early humor really look like? I wonder, you know, were early humans actually laughing? What would they think was funny? And yeah, they go on, they meet some more advanced civilizations on their quest as well. I won't spoil the film if you want to watch it, but it's called Quest for Fire. Came out in the early 80s. It's kind of like, you know, it's interesting because it's kind of a fantasy film, it's kind of a historical film. But it's a really fun watch. I know if you think like a movie with no language in it must be boring, but it's not boring. It's actually really good. And then The Bear that the guy would make later would be The Bear would be his other film. Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. I will keep going. Today I'm just gonna be painting, chatting with y'all, chugging along on this one. Got this little mini palette that I found in the studio I moved into. I guess it used to be an antique shop, but now it's my studio in school, Oko Academy. I do individual lessons here, artist mentorship, but of course now can't do any of that. We're all shut down here in Prague. So it's just me chugging along by myself in the studio. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Comments. I'm checking the comments intermittently. So give me a minute to reply if you ask something. Might not be immediate. But essentially this is just a concept of studio hours. In most universities you'd have a thing called office hours, where a professor will make himself available to different students. And usually they have to sit in their office. Could be, you could be studying biology or something and have your biology professor hanging out. That was actually one of my first big, now people would call it an obsession. I think people use that word a little bit too freely now. Everything's an obsession of some sort. But one of the first things I really got into, besides art, I was always like copying comic books and this sort of stuff. But when I was in 7th grade, I had this teacher called Mr. Halling. And I remember on the first day of class, he called me a dink. He's like, "You're such a dink." I was like, "What? This teacher's calling me names?" And because he probably saw that I was like up to no good. I wasn't exactly the most obedient student. I didn't cause a lot of problems in class, but I could be a class clown at times. And he just like called me out on the first day, and I was like, whoa. He had these bushy eyebrows, really like, those eyebrows that get all poofy. But you could go and talk to him after every class. He'd always make himself available. He wouldn't like take as many questions. And for 7th grade, he always told us that, and I don't think you could do this now. I'm sure you couldn't do this now. But he gave us a college biology book. So everybody in the class had, you'd get your books at the beginning of the year. And this was like an intro to biology for college level. And he gave it to 7th graders. And everybody was like, what? Pretty much. But essentially, I think, who knows the politics of what was going on in that school. But he taught people that. He taught me that. I did really well. I had I wanted to achieve or something, probably because he called me a dink. But he'd always tell us, this is college level material. There's no reason you can't learn this stuff. And he was so good at breaking down ideas, these really, really complicated ideas. He'd make them really simple. And, the tests wouldn't be the same level, I imagine, as a college test would be. But he just felt like the 7th grade level material was just too rudimentary, I suppose. The textbooks, those things need to go. What a scam that whole industry is. Pearson, just absolute scam industry. There's no reason these textbooks should cost so much money. I can't believe in the US this is still allowed. I'm sure people would freak out if the government mandated, wrote a textbook, but the amount of money they charge for these textbooks is just ridiculous. And then of course they become worth nothing. You pay like $200 for a textbook, and then after 4 months you take it to sell it, and you get like $20, maybe $20, probably $10. And they fill up thrift stores. But I love I just love old biology books. It comes into my work a lot still. those old illustrations in biology books of veins and nerves and all that sort of stuff. That was back when, you know, they'd commission painters to do all this sort of stuff, which is pretty awesome. You could get a job. I suppose I have a friend that does it in 3D now. He recently quit, but he worked for a company which does these 3D renderings of anatomy stuff for like medical professionals. Probably for teaching purposes, I don't know. So I guess there's still medical illustrators of some sort. But back not even that long ago, you know, medical illustration, that was an actual path you could choose. So you could do illustration or you could do medical illustration. And you could actually study it. And there was people that would study anatomy and also study illustration. This isn't that long ago. I don't know, there might be a couple programs left that do this sort of thing, but I have a feeling most of them have probably fallen off throughout the years. But yeah, medical illustration, kind of an interesting path, I think. You have to be super logical in a way. Obviously, I don't think you're gonna get a ton of artistic creativity when you're making an illustration that's specifically for, you know, a medical professional that needs to see where does this nerve go? Oh, it goes behind the elbow like that, or whatever. They want pretty specific, detailed information. So there's a real craft to it, which is probably pretty cool in a way, but could also become really tiring. But like I was saying before, artists are such complainers about work. I know it's not always fun painting. Painting can be really frustrating, but if you're a full-time artist or if you're in school and people are concerned about time, it just kind of boggles my mind a little bit. Like if you're going to school for art, I'm not talking about if you're doing a non-majors class or whatever, I totally understand. You got 3 hours a week, 5 hours maybe to work on something. That's understandable. Or if you got a normal job and you're just doing it as a hobby, that's understandable. But if you're going to art school to study art full time and you're just putting in a couple hours a week and still acting like you're working hard, I don't know about that. The one thing, no matter what you're doing, is you gotta do it a lot. And if there's ever the question, you know, how do I make money as an artist, right? How am I gonna actually make a living doing this? And one thing to remember is the people that are artists, full-time artists, generally are making art a lot of the time. It requires a lot of time, as you can see with this painting. Painting is slow. It's a slow medium. It's actually pretty immediate in some ways because the way you plop color down and move it happens instantaneously, but for a painting to develop, it takes hours and hours and hours. This is true for a lot of, you know, animations, for instance. You got thousands of people working on an animation. Thousands of people working thousands of hours to make a scene. There's a good documentary about 3D animators. It was the ones that did Life of Pi, and they were working on the film, all this one animation company, I think they're bankrupt now actually. They won the Oscar that year for best special effects. So they were, you know, some of the best, I don't know what you call those people, 3D animators in the world. And they made Life of Pi, and all these animators, they just work non-stop, you know, 16 hours a day. And then they would send you know, the director or the higher ups would send something back down to all these animators, and they'd be like, oh, can you change the direction that the wind is blowing? You know, wind is blowing the rain. And they're like, that's like 2 weeks of work. Okay, yeah, just change that. Imagine putting in all that time and somebody higher up is like, I don't know about that rain moving to the right. Can you have it move to the left? So they definitely don't put in a lot of time for that, that's for sure. Or don't consider the amount of time that's put in. If you're just joining, we're just doing some studio hours. If you have any questions, write them down in the comments below. any questions, feel free to write down in the comments below. Just painting. These are like my studio hours. So feel free to ask any questions that you've got down in the comments below. I'm just going to be hanging out, painting, chugging along on this one. Around 3 hours so far. Guess we're an hour in now, so definitely have a few more hours in me. Glad it looks like you, Frank. He's having his studio hours today, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them down in the comments. He's working on this exploding avatar. A lot of my paintings are about avatars and online personas, these sort of things. And with that, I bring in more biological elements, look at old textbook illustrations of stuff, these sort of things. Bring them into the work, and then in the upper right hand corner you can see some of my past works. Or check out my Instagram. But yeah, just kind of hanging out today, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. So today we're just have some open studio hours. If anybody has any questions, feel free to write them down in the comments about conceptualizing materials, techniques, whatever you're thinking about. I'm about 5 hours in on this painting here. Coming from Prague, Czech Republic. It's well 1 o'clock in the afternoon here. I know a lot of my viewers are in the US, probably just waking up there. Thanks, Ari. I've been making a lot of different portraits of peoples and their avatars, their online personas, kind of exploding with their biological bodies. So I look at a lot of old anatomy illustrations, these sort of things. Istanbul, I've never been there. I know it's not Constantinople, that's for sure. But a lot of the certainly has a deep and rich art history. Open hours, studio hours today. So if you're just joining us, feel free to ask any questions that you may have about painting in general. Long stream ahead. You can see how long painting actually takes. It takes forever. you're just joining us, having open hours today. A little glimpse into my studio practice. This is oil paint, cadmium red, cadmium yellow, titanium white, phthalo blue, and then I use a little bit of a medium called Liquin, Liquin, to thin it, and I mix that with a little bit of linseed oil. How do I get inspired? How do I know what to paint? Well, that's a good question. So, I think oftentimes I teach as well. I've been teaching for almost 14 years now, and that question comes up a lot because oftentimes when we're starting off with painting, we just want to build a skill set of some sort, right? So we want to get better at literally putting paint onto the canvas. So in the beginning, starting off, I always suggest painting from observation is really important, and just learning how to put paint on the canvas comes first. But then, you have this problem, you can't just paint, maybe you can paint apples for your entire life, but a lot of people aren't satisfied with just painting apples on a table, because art is a communicative medium, tells ideas, right? So how do we conceptualize art? How do we conceptualize ideas and put them into art? And what I suggest is to create a blog. I actually have another video on my channel called How to Blog for Artists, I think. That's what it's titled. But basically, I would create some system where you can archive inspiration and archive everything. It could be a video, could be an article that you read, it could be a photo that you take in the park, could be anything. And figure out, first of all, what really inspires you in general, and kind of start looking at the world and everything you consume, because we're always consuming media, or we're just consuming information about the world around us. So if we go walk in the park, maybe the bark, the texture of bark piques your interest. Or maybe it's a pigeon, a bunch of pigeons. So just looking at the world and being curious about the world is kind of the first step in general. But from that, you don't want to just have everything kind of float away. So like writers back in the day, they would just carry a little notebook around with them. And in this notebook, you could basically just write down quick ideas. Maybe you're walking to your car and you have an idea for a short story. So you write it down so you don't just lose it. And I think painting is kind of similar in the fact that you kind of approach the world as getting ideas from it. And then that's the fun part of painting, because you can kind of interact with that world differently and bring the real world into your art. In my case, I'm interested in how our real bodies, like our physical bodies, and our online personas kind of intersect. So I'm looking at a lot of images of people's avatars and video game characters, and just the way we present ourselves online. And I kind of mix that up with anatomical drawings and anatomical paintings and these sort of things. But I'm also looking at a lot of just things that catch my eye. You know, I'm looking at a lot of paintings, and if you're interested, I have a second Instagram. It's called Oko Academy, OKO Academy on Instagram. And there I've put in a bunch of different painting genres, because often my students, they haven't looked enough at painting. So you could check that out. It's at Oko Academy on Instagram. And basically I have broken all these different styles of painting into different genres. So you have landscape painting, you have figures in interiors, you've got nudes, still lifes, urban landscapes. You can have all these different genres of painting. So that's the first place to start, is think about, what do you want to paint? This is, I mean, if we think about the big idea of what I'm painting right now, it's just a portrait, you know? So you can start with something that simple. Now, this isn't a very conventional portrait, but you can start with something that broad. I want to paint landscapes. Okay. Start looking at landscape painting throughout the years. It's been going on for thousands of years. If you go back to the old, there's, you know, landscapes painted in ancient Greece on the walls. I don't know how old they are, but they're old. So you could go back to that, but then figure out, what kind of landscape painting do you like, you know? And then dig into that more. Oh, it's about kind of pastoral scenes where everything is green. Like somebody like George Inness would be a artist that does these kinds of paintings, or Corot, C-O-R-O-T. Those would be two artists that do those types of landscapes. But then there's also really cold landscapes as well. So Caspar David Friedrich would be another example of that. So you can think of, what is the landscape that really intrigues you? He did a lot of paintings of, you know, ice, and all his stuff was cold. He was literally wandering around cemeteries and stuff like this in the morning, and he'd paint in the morning. He was a bit of a loner. But Caspar David Friedrich is another landscape painter. But think of that big, broad topic first. So if you're trying to figure out, what do I want to paint, think of that big umbrella, we call them, topic. And then you kind of whittle back from there, or you don't have to. Painting can just be about painting a landscape. It can be just about painting what's on the table. It can just be a still life. It doesn't need to necessarily be some huge idea. Oftentimes, the biggest and simplest ideas can be the best ones. So, go for those big, broad topics first. This is just a portrait. I make mainly portraits, and when we think of portraits, you know, they're generally of somebody, right? So that's the first thing a lot of people ask, is always like, who is that? We know that. That's how portraits work. They're usually of some person, and throughout history, usually rich people. Until Van Gogh comes along and starts painting potato peelers, these types of people, focusing on an entire different class. Of course, that happened before as well, but when we think of portraiture, you know, Bruegel and these people would be making paintings of kind of more common people. But when we think of a portrait, we think of a king in the early days, royalty, aristocrats, that sort of stuff. But since then, everybody has a portrait, everybody has a profile photo now. Everybody has a certain, not everybody, but most people have what appears to be a portrait. You can go to, what was it? Back in the day, they used to have that place in the film Napoleon Dynamite. But those are portraits as well. Those are portraits of people. So just go to those big topics first. Annika. But thanks for asking. We have a lot of A's commenting. If you got a comment or question, feel free to ask. That's what I'm here for today. We're just doing open studio hours where I take any questions that you've got. Kind of similar to the university model where professors will have office hours. Just take any questions that come about. But when we think about painting and talking itself, I guess it comes kind of naturally to me to just talk while I'm painting. In my classes, I don't mind if students are actually talking. I know some people claim that it's like using different parts of your brain, like using the left side of your brain or instead of the right side of your brain or all this sort of stuff. I don't know. I don't know how much that really affects how we work, how we create stuff. Sometimes when I'm drawing, if there's like a difficult section, like I literally can't speak. But I think it's also good to get into a headspace where you're not 100% thinking about what you're doing. It's kind of odd. Painting is kind of odd like that, where if we get our head into a place where we're not worried too much about what we're creating, it can kind of flow a little bit better. So I often encourage my students to wear headphones, listen to podcasts. I listen to a lot of documentaries while I'm painting as well. Has to be the right type of documentary, of course. But it's kind of hard to find, what's good. What's good to listen to while you're painting. You don't want it to be too distracting. No problem, Annika. Asking about the golden ratio, right? So painting is, there are these tricks. What you're looking for are generally called the principles of design. And, there's a tons of different principles of art and design. But the most common are things like emphasis, balance, contrast, repetition, proportion. What else is there? Movement, and then like how you use negative space is also important. So there's all these different ideas, and I mean you can think of it kind of in a complicated way, like where in the Da Vinci Code or something like that, where we're like cracking the code about a painting. The most common thing is this thing called rule of thirds, and that just means that you divide your composition into thirds, and then you put the interesting stuff on the thirds. So you make like a grid on your painting, and you just put interesting stuff on the thirds. So you can imagine like a painting of Mary holding Jesus. Mary's eye line is probably on the top third, and Jesus's eye line is probably on the bottom third. So that's just a common way of breaking up a composition into three parts. Then you want to just think about, do you have too much stuff? That's balance. Do you have too much stuff on one side? So the entire painting might feel a lot heavier on one side as opposed to the other as well. So that's something to consider too as you're creating. And generally these things are made in like little sketches. They're called thumbnail sketches. So you can just make little miniature boxes, and pretty much all you do is think of the big shapes. So let's say you have a boat, a dog, and a pyramid on the horizon, right? And so you've got these three things, and then just kind of play around in some little squares in a sketchbook. Play around with how stuff looks the best. We do this all the time with our phones. If you're just taking pictures of stuff, you don't take a picture of your friend and, you know, cut them off at their chin. You know, like their chin is at the bottom of the photo. That would be a odd cropping of them. So you kind of have an eye for it. I think we can get really technical. I think a lot of times people want like a theoretical answer to these types of questions where it's like, oh, you just do this and this. And the golden ratio is kind of like this idea that if you break things down in these components, it's going to work. And that's true. There are these basic compositional tricks, I guess. But I think the main thing I would suggest is just using your eye to look at the world. Just like you're looking through your phone, you know, like when those directors kind of hold up their fingers like a square and look at the world through that little square like they're filming it. You know, you look at composition similarly. When the director's doing that, they're not thinking about the rule of thirds and this sort of stuff necessarily. They're kind of just going off of feel. The same way we know, the same way we know with music, when we hear something that's out of key, right? When somebody starts singing and it sounds wrong, we know it sounds wrong. Naturally, we know that it's not in harmony or whatever. We don't have to know all about music theory to know that that note doesn't sound right. And I would just go by your gut a lot in the beginning than worrying about a lot of that stuff, to be honest. And just kind of treat it as something that you're scoping out. Did I pre-mix the colors? No. I just use red, cad yellow, phthalo blue, ivory black, titanium white. So I just use 3 colors, black and white, and then I mix everything on my palette as I go. And this is it's a really simple technique to actually make your painting more harmonious, kind of naturally, is to just use a limited palette in the beginning. And you can really limit your palette to very few colors. Oftentimes I'll get students and they have tons and tons of, you know, paint that they've bought. They bought like 20 different colors. And that actually makes it more difficult in the beginning. You know, there's a couple colors you can't really mix well. And so you do need to just buy those tubes. Like mixing a good purple is pretty tough. Mixing a good green can be difficult. But green isn't that bad. I'd say purple, pink, like a nice bright light pink is kind of difficult. So you get quinacridone for that. Quinacridone rose is the color you want if you're going to be mixing up like a nice light pink. And then purple, I don't even know what the purple's called. I think it's called dioxazine, maybe dioxazine purple. And that's also a color it's tough to just mix with whatever red and blue that you've got. But other than that, yeah, I suggest my students just buy cadmium yellow, cadmium red, titanium white, phthalo blue, ivory black, some linseed oil, and that's pretty much all you need for years. And people get freaked out because the tubes of cadmium yellow can be pretty expensive. It can be, I don't know, maybe $24 just for a tube. If you get a smaller tube, I don't know, $16 or something like that. But they will last. I mean, I paint almost every day, and a tube of paint will last me months. So when you think about it, it does last, and you don't need as much paint when you use cadmiums because they're such a strong color. So you're actually using a lot less paint to cover. So it ends up covering way more than people think. People think of like house paint on the wall, and they see this little tube, and they're like, this is gonna last me like 3 paintings or something. But in reality, it's gonna last you quite a while because the color is so thick. Or if you watch my videos and figure out how to use it correctly, you can extend it. But all I'm using is Liquin, Liquin, Liquin mixed with a little bit of linseed oil, and that's it. That's all I've got. And that Liquin is something that dries the paint a little bit faster. So since I'm painting every day and my studio isn't heated when I'm not there, I just don't have the heat on. So my paintings in the cold, it takes paintings a little bit longer to dry in the cold. So I always make sure to add a little bit of something that'll help dry it faster. How important is it for an artist to have a particular style? Isn't it stagnating or boring? You mean, yeah, like repeating the same thing a million times? I think there's a couple answers to that. So the art world works where people are known for something, right? So KAWS, KAWS, for instance, is probably one of the most well-known contemporary artists working today, and he just makes these pretty much sculptures of Mickey Mouse with the eyes X'd out. That's like his deal. And he kind of started, as a street art artist, putting these stickers of Mickey Mouse kind of characters with their eyes X'd out, and then started making sculptures of them. He kind of went backwards. He's a weird example because he kind of approached the art world backwards because he started making toys and stuff before he got really famous. He kind of became famous for that. But anyway, he's known for that character, right? And he just makes that character over and over and over and over again. Is he bored of that character? Probably. He's probably pretty bored of making that character. But it's an industry, When you think of KAWS, you don't think of an impressionistic painting, and gallerists want people to recognize what people are doing very quickly. I think the idea of making different paintings, it can just become natural as well. So I think everybody kind of has certain moves, so everyone kind of paints like the way you sign your signature in a certain way. You're not really thinking about creating a style with your signature necessarily, but it just happens. So I think there's a lot of artists that the way they move the brush and the way they approach painting, it just kind of happens and it falls into, a certain style, as you could call it. So there is that aspect to things as well, where it's just a natural movement of how the artist moves. And a lot of times, just getting comfortable with painting will also help you a lot, getting comfortable with your style, so to speak. So I don't think it's good to start off painting trying to, necessarily, if you're just starting out, if you've been painting for a while, then you can start looking at different artists and checking them out. But it's right in the beginning, I would just focus on mixing paint, putting it on the canvas, blending, this sort of stuff. Just the basics. And that, I suppose you do that for everything. If you were, I don't box or do mixed martial arts or anything like that, but I imagine the beginning, they don't just like throw you in a ring with somebody and say like, okay, you're gonna box this guy. They'd probably do a little bit of training with you first and show you how to move and how to punch and all this sort of stuff. So I think painting is kind of similar, where we often expect students to kind of make something magically right from the beginning. And I always make the analogy of imagine I have a classroom of 25 students sitting around a big table, and I walk into the classroom and I put a violin on the table and I say, okay, here's a violin. I pluck a couple strings and I'm like, okay, this is how it makes sound. You can move the thing on it and that's how it makes a different sound. So play it. And that's how a lot of art schools teach. They're just like, okay, here's paint, make something. And I find that really annoying, actually. So in my classes, I paint with people. I always paint with my students. I think that's super important. If you're ever in a painting class and your teacher is painting with you, that's immediately a sign of a good painting class. Even if he's painting terribly, I don't think it matters necessarily. He's got to put himself, or she, or they, have to put themselves out there a little bit. And there's so many so many art classes which are just talking, and I just find it really disheartening. They think art, art is just about talking in a classroom. It's not. It's about doing stuff and practicing. So if you can get in a little bit of practice every week, good. If you can get in a little bit of practice every day, that's even better. Right? So I often think of it as like going to the gym. And they always say, the toughest part of going to the gym is lacing up your shoes, right? So once you get your shoes on, you get into the gym, you're by the stepping machine, whatever they call it now, Stairmaster. Once you're in front of the Stairmaster, you're not going to be like, maybe I'll just go home now. You're probably going to do a couple steps. So getting yourself there, getting your butt in the chair, in your painting space, you're going to start painting a little bit. Find a way to keep track of your progress. I think that's important too. With my daughter, she just has these little boxes. She has a lot of different things she wants to get better at, and she's been animating a lot actually. And I just made all these boxes, and I'm like, okay, for every 15 minutes you can cross out a box. She's 9, so she can just cross out a box every 15 minutes of work that she does. And then after she has 10 boxes, like, I buy her some little present or get her like a premium version of a video game or something. But she's got a bunch of different boxes. She's got some for yoga, meditation. What are some other ones? Drawing, of course. Drawing. Well, I had to do. It started because I wanted her to draw from observation. Because I have so many students that only draw from tutorials, and they're kind of copying other people's eyes or copying other people's noses, which is good. That's not bad practice. But it's also important just to look at the real world, do observation, and do observational drawing. But anyway, yeah, with her, I started it just for those tasks. So she'll just X out boxes as she goes. But it also gives you kind of a sense of accomplishment in a way. And artists are such whiners, when it comes to working. It's like I grew up half my life on a farm. My grandfather worked on it since he was born. He was literally born there. Worked his entire life there. Every single day. Doesn't matter how cold it is, you gotta go outside and fix the fence. And, there's all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, we had a calf. I didn't, live there, but I'd visit there every weekend. And so I didn't even see probably most of the insanity. But there was like a calf that was frozen in a river in the middle of the night. There was a big winter storm, and he went out to go check on all the cows. And I was probably 9 or 10, and all you can do is help. There is no saying no. So you go out there, and we got the calf. It was like literally frozen in the river. His legs were frozen in there. And we got him out, got him in the truck, and actually brought him into the house, warmed him up, which is pretty wild. But yeah, that's work. And so sitting around painting, it's not easy. Sometimes it's not easy, but you're welcome, Annika. But if somebody paid me money to sit and paint, I'm up for it. There's one thing I was blown away on. I read this article about Twitch, and was checking out some of the live streams just to see how people live stream and what the deal is with live streaming versus making videos. And God, what was the guy's name? Not Cnot Bush, I think is his name. And he just makes like little sculptures of elves and stuff like this out of polymer clay, I think it's called. basically Fimo, like expensive, nice Fimo. But dude had a schedule where he was sculpting and live streaming for like 8 hours a day. It was 6 hours. Yeah, it was 6 hours a day. It was 2 3-hour sessions. And that just blew my mind, because in most art schools, I've experienced hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students throughout the years. I do see a couple that will work that hard. It's pretty uncommon. But most, we're looking at maybe 5 hours a week or something like that, 3 hours a week. And that's fine if you got other stuff going on in your life, or a job, or you're just taking stuff as a hobby. That makes sense. But if it's, your focus is to make, get better at something, then you gotta put in the hours. It's like playing the violin. Ticking the box is a great idea. Yeah, Annika, it is. I mean, it works. And I think it's good to have it a physical thing. I've got one on my phone. There's like goal trackers you can get, like different apps. And I've tried those out as well on my phone. And I don't know why. I don't do it on my phone. I just don't use them. When there's a physical thing, you just put it on your wall. Put just literally a piece of paper on your wall. Make some boxes and, put painting, exercise, whatever goals you got. It's the New Year's coming. And then you can at least see that you're doing something, so it's not like you're, like exercising every day and then you weigh yourself and you're like, I lost 2 pounds in a month. That would be me. But yeah, at least you could see, well, I only lost 2 pounds a month, but I exercised for 12 hours this month or something, So I think it's good to just keep track of what you're doing. It also helps you focus. What's more important, is it better to use that time doing leg lifts, or use that time doing the bench, What's the best way to practice? And people with art, they're always concerned, how do I practice? How do I get better at what I'm doing actually? Well, like, how does this work? I want to get better at art, right? How do I do that? And it's really practice. It really is. There's muscle memory involved, where you're literally, your body is kind of imprinted with certain movements and certain blending techniques and all this sort of stuff. So there's that aspect to it. We wouldn't consider a marathon runner. Like, if I want to run a marathon and then, oh, okay, so what should I do? I don't know, maybe you should read a book about running a marathon? What? No, you have to go out and run. So it's kind of the same thing with painting and drawing and all those sorts of things as well, where it's like, if you really want to get better at it, you've got to just put in the hours and do it in a way that kind of hurts your brain a little bit. If it doesn't hurt your brain a little bit, you're probably not doing it right. It's kind of like resistance with lifting and all that sort of stuff. No pain, no gain. But yeah, you will feel tired after painting for 3 hours. I can start to feel it usually. Sometimes the time just vanishes and I'm like, whoa, that's been 2 hours. But other times, painting for 3 or 4 hours can be a little rough. There's also that technique, the Pomodoro technique. It's named after like a type of dish, like a pasta dish, Pomodoro, Italian pasta. I don't even know what Pomodoro means, but basically it's the idea that you do stuff in 25-minute increments and you don't go longer than 25 minutes because supposedly we lose interest. And that doesn't mean, I've been painting for 2.5 hours now, but it just means that you got to give yourself a little bit of a relax time. And this is even implemented by, big corporations, Google and all this sort of stuff as well, where they found that people are actually more productive when they take breaks more frequently. So overall, your productivity goes up. if you kind of know when to rest. Same with studying, you know, there's all sorts of, what do you call it, academic journals and stuff like this that is just about cramming for tests. And I know it's been proven that the cramming simply does not work. You know, when you're cramming for a test, it just doesn't actually get the information to soak into your brain for that long. It might be there for a day, but then it's poof, then it's gone. Whereas if you just, you know, practice a little bit every day, study for 30 minutes every day, or an hour, whatever you got to do, depending if you want to be an anesthesiologist or something, probably got to put in a few more hours. But you know, I teach a non-majors class, so none of the students in that class are art majors, actually. One of the classes I teach, at least. And you know, it could be a physics major or whatever, biology major, and they're used to pretty rigorous amounts of schoolwork, you know. And so before I put my class, there's like this person, they're called like a learning architect, and they basically just look at your syllabus and make sure that it makes sense, and you know, when your assignments are, what's required for an assignment, all this sort of stuff. And she was like, this is going to be really easy. I would make it more difficult. And I was thinking in my head, like, you know, maybe I did make it too easy. Like, I thought they were non-majors, so I was like, well, maybe I should take it easy on them, because, you know, art isn't the one thing that they want to get better at. So maybe I won't go too hard on them and give too many assignments. But then I was like, yeah, you know what? Like, and she told me, she's like, you know, they're used to studying hours and hours and hours and taking these online tests that take hours and hours. You know, so they're used to putting in a lot of work for a class. And so basically my class, you just have to work about, I'd say about 3 to 5 hours a week. So it's not like ridiculous. But 3 to 5 hours a week can be tough for a lot of people that have other stuff taking up their time as well. But yeah, just find that time, carve out a little bit of time that you can work in. That's the most important thing. For anyone just joining, having an open studio hours day today, just painting and chatting with y'all. If you got any questions, feel free to ask away. I'm Jeremiah Polachek. Feel free to check out my work over at the Instagram. If you like this video, give it a click. Helps me out. And yeah, check out my other videos. Just starting to get into the live streaming aspect of these things. Dogs barking. I'm gonna go check out what's happening. 1 minute. you're just joining, having an open studio hours today. If you have any questions, write them down in the comments below. It's going to be painting, chatting with y'all, having an office hours day today. If anybody's just joining, we're doing the office hours today. Feel free to ask any questions that you may have. As everybody wakes up in America, probably what, 7 a.m. on the East Coast or something like that. If you're just tuning in, we're having an office hours today where I'm taking your questions as I paint, working on this kind of explosive portrait painting. This person in their avatar. A lot of my paintings are about these sort of things. If you have any subjects you'd want to talk about or dig into, feel free to comment, and I will try to answer one of your questions. About almost 3 hours in, it looks like at this point. Slowly chugging along on this one, just using oil paint, cadmium red, cadmium yellow, phthalo blue, and making myself available and open to questions that anybody may have. If any of my students are watching, feel free to say hi. Don't be shy. I want this guy to be kind of a part monkey sort of a creature. It's going to be like an ape. Part ape, part human. I like early human stuff. When you think about early humans and how we came out of these types of, I don't know, what do we call it? Homo erectus, I guess, right? But here we are now, a long way from the Stone Age. It's crazy to think the Stone Age was so long ago. All this stuff is so old. So we're looking at, like, you know, a lot of prehistoric art, the beginning of it with Homo sapiens. It's around 40,000 years ago in the Upper Paleolithic era. And it's probably older. There's there's drawings, that are estimated to be up to 70,000 years old. So we've come a long way in the last 100 years when you think what we're able to do in 2020 as compared to what we were able to do in 1920. Pretty ridiculous leap considering drawing and painting were about using a animal haired stick, a stick with some animal hair on it and some crushed up rocks smeared around on something. I know a lot of the early oil paintings, they go back to, there's Buddhist caves in Afghanistan. I think those are some of the earliest oil paintings in existence. They were actually near the statues that were blown up there. The statues of Buddha. But this would predate oil painting in Europe by hundreds and hundreds of years. And this would be around 1400 years ago in Afghanistan. They were using oil paint in some paintings inside some caves of Buddha. Most likely used walnut oil. There's also poppy oil and poppy seeds. Of course, a lot of people think of poppies as being the plant for illicit materials or something, but really, a lot of people eat poppy seeds as well. I guess they have poppy seeds all around the world, don't they? Not as in Czech Republic, poppy seed is a real food. I guess you could say it's kind of a sweet topping. It's really good. It's on these things called kolach, and kind of has this, they mix it with this kind of sweet jelly. It's really good. It's got a really distinct taste to it, but there's a lot of oil that you could get from those. Walnut oil is also, would have been available at the time as well. But yeah, basically all you do is you preheat your oven, make it like 350 degrees or so, just make it hot first, and then you boil your walnuts, drain out the water, and then just put all the walnuts on a baking sheet, and you can then put all the nuts in some sort of a plastic bag or something like that and just crush them, mash them up while they're in there as well. And yeah, you've got walnut oil. Eventually it will separate. You can put it back, you put it back into paper, that's the thing, or paper, put it back, put that mush back into water. So you got this mush of walnuts. You put that back into a jar, just add water to it. That oil, oil and water doesn't mix. So that oil is gonna rise to the surface, and that will get you walnut oil. So that's how they'd probably make, I'm not positive, but that's one simple way to make walnut oil. People think it might be some difficult process, but in reality, basically just warming them up, getting those oils all oily, warming it up, mashing it up heating it up again, and then mixing it with water, that mush with water, and the oil will just rise to the top. Scoop off the oil, and you're ready to go. So Ari is asking, do you use black color in all of your paintings? Yeah, I tend to use black. I started off with this black background because I'm actually painting over an old painting that I did years ago. Since everything is closed down, I'm just painting over old paintings now. So that's the reason the background is so black on this. I generally start off with a toned canvas, so that could be like a brown. People use burnt sienna for that, or just gray I like as well. If you just take gesso and drop in a couple drops of ink into your gesso, you know, you can buy a big thing of India ink for pretty cheap. And with that India ink, you just put a couple drops of that India ink into your gesso, and that'll give you a gray gray gesso color that you can use as well. And the one reason you tone your canvas is because, you know, the colors, when you put the colors on the canvas itself, it will get more, they kind of glow a little bit more, I guess you could say, when they're on a darker background. When they're on a white background, that white really wants to come through, you know, so they might appear a little bit more translucent. So oftentimes we'll tone that canvas, make the entire canvas one color before we start a painting. But yeah, this is black because I'm painting over another painting, in answer to your question. I do use black in my paintings. I know some people are a little bit scared of using black in paintings because it's not like a color, and a lot of artists didn't use black for a long time. But you can just mix blue, phthalo blue, add red, cadmium red to it, and you'll get like a deep purple. And then to that deep purple color, you add just a little bit of yellow, which sounds kind of counterintuitive, but if you add that little bit of yellow, it will take down that purplishness, and it makes it kind of a deep brown color. That'll appear really dark. You can add a little bit of blue to it again, you know, and darken it up a little bit more. But otherwise, you can also just, you know, buy a tube of black, and that works too. I'm not as scared of black. My stuff is a little bit more, at certain times I do need it. But yeah, the background of this is black because I'm painting over an old painting, basically. But yeah, thanks for the question. Feel free to ask any questions that you've got. Coming up on 3 hours into this one. 3 hours strong. Just working with this little brush right now, trying to make some more dimension in this character that we've got here. And I do have a video. I do have a video just on mixing black too. I think it's just called How to Mix Black. Do you mix your colors with black? Yes, I will. Yeah, if I have a red, you know, just a simple brown is just black, red, and a little bit of yellow. You can use those three. But you can use blue as well. It's really dependent on the color and what color you want to make darker. A good rule of thumb is, if you think about the color wheel, you know, you've got certain colors that are opposite other colors on the color wheel. So for instance, yellow, if you want a darker yellow, you'll add purple to it. If you want a darker red, you add green to it. If you want a darker blue, you add orange to it. And so that's another way to, if you're thinking about shadow colors, like I'm painting a banana, right? Let's say I'm painting a banana. How do I make the banana shadow color? Well, the way you make the banana shadow color is to mix your yellow with a little bit of purple. That'll give you that grayish, brownish yellow that still feels yellowy. Because, you know, part of the purpose of mixing shadow colors is you want them to still feel like they're the local color of that object. Oftentimes when painters are starting out, one of the things that stands out as being a little wonky or weird or whatever is that the colors simply aren't, the shadow colors feel like they're shadows for another object. You know, so we got a yellow banana, a yellow object, and we got yellow colors on that object as well, or in those shadow colors too. But at this stage in the painting, I know I have a lot of work left on this painting. It's nowhere near finished. So at this point, I'm pretty much just trying to figure out the main shapes, like the main places where stuff's gonna be. I'm still kind of in the planning stages. And making stuff up as I go along a little bit, but you're welcome, Ari. You know, it's a lot of looking. Painting is a lot of looking. That's the name of my school as well. Oko means eye. Oko Academy. So if you're interested in what I do, check me out on Instagram at Jeremiah Polachek, or my teaching Instagram account is Oko Academy, O-K-O Academy. And there I've got other people's paintings, other genres of paintings to inspire and hopefully get people interested in certain types of painting. Oftentimes it can be a good place to generate ideas. They're all in my stories. Basically, I divided my stories up into all these different genres of painting. So people that are coming to look at the stories can see all these different genres as well. But yeah, it's a slow process, and with oil painting, you always have to let, the preliminary layers dry. You always got to let those underlayers dry as you go on top. And that just takes time. You literally just have to wait a day sometimes. Do as much as you can in one day. And then it's a lot easier to manipulate that layer next time when you got that half tone already there. Push it a little bit lighter, make it a little bit darker. Just practice. Just getting those hours under your belt. I have this sort of a cube, I guess it's blue cube coming out of this person's head. Somewhat cybernetic, I guess we could call it. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask down in the comments below. Coming up on 3 hours now. Going strong. If you look at a lot of my other work and give you an idea where we're headed, you can see some in the top right corner there, some of my previous works that I've done throughout the years. One thing I do like doing is painting. So it's always a pleasure to actually get to sit and paint for a while. second. I'm gonna try to get this. Please like and subscribe if you can. Helps me out a lot. So I can keep making these videos for y'all. If you're just joining us, we're doing a open studio hours session today. Painting, chatting, taking your questions that you may have about painting. Sort of office hours. Elena Saglik. All right. Thank you for that. That'll be my new word of the day. I hope to get to Istanbul one day. Heard it's a beautiful place. Probably would have been part of the Ottoman Empire, I remember, or I imagine back in the day. So I'm sure it's has absolutely bursting with art in that city. I don't know a lot about it, but I'd certainly like to dig in more. All these places that are crossroads, you know, where all these cultures meet. Italy was like that too, of course. We always think of Italy being, you know, very European as it can get or something like that, but Italy's pretty far south, you know? They got a little spice. Just gonna start working into this background. This dark black is kind of annoying me. I wish I could set up my light differently. I need to get a softer light box as well for these paintings because the lighting is really harsh. Actually, my studio I moved into was an old antique store that used to sell vintage chandeliers. So I have these old vintage, which are pretty cool. These old vintage chandeliers are pretty cool, but there's so many bulbs on them. You know, I got like 8 bulbs So a lot of reflections going on, which can be kind of annoying. Also, Ari, thanks for watching too, and that nice compliment. Appreciate it. I need to start making some boxes. A lot of my stuff, you know, a lot of my stuff deals with these kind of themes of digital world colliding with the real world. So I'm gonna have to bring some cubes into this as well, I think. See how that turns out. I'm still kind of blocking stuff in at this stage. It's by no means finished. Time to eat a sandwich. Need to get something. Sorry, I'm just gonna be chomping on my sandwich for a minute. We'll get back into it. popping these little cubes in. If you're just joining us, we're doing an open studio hours today, where I'm taking any questions that anybody has, and working on one of my own paintings. Gonna try to get a lot of this blocked in today. Let's get the basics. Just using the three simple values. Blue is a super easy color to make a value scale with. Just start with phthalo blue and add white. So that's all that is. My palette is just an old piece of glass that I found here. You tape off the edges so you don't cut yourself. Put a little bit of packing tape or whatever type of tape you got. Put that on the edges. Then you got a palette. And you can use a scraper. Clean it up is really easy with a scraper and baby wipes. When I was in printmaking, I realized the importance of baby wipes. They're all about baby wipes. Printmakers. They love baby wipes. I came into the printmaking shop and I was like a printmaker's nightmare. Because, you know, my jeans are covered in paint. My shirt is all full of paint. And printmaking is about not getting ink everywhere. And, you know, one reason why you don't want to get ink everywhere is because if you're really sloppy, there's other people working in that same studio. So they might come and put a $10 piece of paper down on a table. And if you were sloppy using that table before, that paint, that, you know, that ink gets on their, you know, $10 sheet of paper, and that ruins that piece of paper. So you got to be super clean in a printmaking studio, dealing with all those pieces of paper floating around. They don't like it when you're full of paint or full of ink. But when I came out, I was like a changed man, I tell ya. I was way cleaner. I was like, why am I so messy? Remind me of when I was going to school. I had this teacher, Stephen Sheehan, in Connecticut, and he would paint in a suit. He'd have a suit coat on, nice button-up shirt, you know, and he would always chastise us. Why are you all you people so full of paint, you know? And he'd paint, he'd make paint. He'd literally make paint, pigment and oil in a suit. Never get anything on him. I think that impressed some of the people there, at least. So Ari's asking, how do you know when it's time for the second layer? Well, oil paint, especially when I've added that liquid, I've added that stuff that makes it dry faster. So this painting is already, I've been painting, 3 hours? This painting is already getting sticky, just because I'm using that drying medium with it. But it's not, dry. But a lot of it is really, I know you're going to hate this answer, but a lot of it really is just feel, kind of having a feel for the paint. So when the ground is getting a little bit sticky, you might be able to blend into it. Whereas if it's still really oil, you're kind of just slopping the oil around, if that makes sense. So you want the first layer to either dry, or I like it to be a little bit sticky, so I can still blend those edges after I go into it. But there's a lot of different methods to painting too. There's one technique called the 8-layer Flemish technique. And in that technique, you let each layer completely dry. Yeah, when to stop and let it dry? Well, I would just wait, probably wait until I'm tired, to be honest. I'll keep going and going. But yeah, the time to stop it and let it dry. Usually it has to do with me getting hungry. That's when I stop. I know that's not the best answer, but that's kind of the truthful one. I'll keep chugging along on paintings till I need some food, or until I gotta get home, not be in trouble. I actually have a pretty standard schedule in a lot of ways. A lot of my friends don't understand. They'll be like, "Hey, Tuesday, we're gonna go cliff jumping. We're gonna go jump off this cliff into some water," or whatever. And like, "Oh, sorry." And they're like, "Why? What are you doing?" It's like, I have to paint. Like, that's what I do. I make paintings. That's literally my job. So sometimes people don't understand that. But I put in a pretty normal work day. A good person to look at in terms of scheduling that I always like to bring up and talk about is Stephen King. So Stephen King will work for about, I think it's around 4 hours. His schedule, he works about 4 hours a day, which, it's hard intellectually. I'm sure it can get, just your brain gets a little mushy. Writing and trying to edit and figure stuff out and all that is probably intellectually pretty draining. But he's working around 4 hours a day. He works every day, no holidays, no Saturday, Sundays, or any of that. But that's just what he loves doing, every single day. So it's not like work necessarily. I'm not like, oh, I have to go into the studio. Never like that really. I'm always glad to be in the studio. But there is a work aspect to it. If you have a deadline coming up, like if you have a big show coming up, and you should have 10, maybe, it depends on how big the show is, but in general I would say 10 to 15 pieces in a solo show, and you think you have a year to make 15 pieces. That might seem like a lot of time, but in reality, what is that, one piece every 3 weeks all of a sudden, and you want all those things to be good? That's when it can become real jobby job. But, you know, back in the day, they'd have assistants. Now they have assistants too, of course. Painters still have assistants. I have no assistants, never had an assistant. But yeah, that's super common to have assistants, and that's actually historical as well. You know, Rembrandt would have a workshop, or Albrecht Dürer would have what's called a workshop. And he might have one person, you know, like a young apprentice who is crushing up pigments with oils, for instance, and another apprentice who is just painting clouds. He might have somebody that's just doing drawings who isn't allowed to paint yet because they can't draw well enough yet. You know, so there could be 15, 20 people as part of a studio. And then Dürer was making prints too. He came up right as printmaking is becoming, what would you say, in vogue or whatever. It's becoming a trend. It's becoming fashionable, right? To have prints, to have nice prints. And so that involves a lot of other people too, where you gotta have a lot of people involved to, you know, if you're doing lithography, you have to sand the stone and make it totally flat. You have to take all the ink off from before. And there's a lot of real common jobs that you have to do. It's kind of like working at a tattoo studio or something like that, where, you know, the first year you're just sweeping the floors and bringing people coffee, and then maybe you get to tattoo your own leg, and then, you know, after a year of drawing and watching and learning how to clean the needle correctly and use the autoclave machine and all this sort of stuff, then maybe you'll get to do a simple tattoo on somebody. But yeah, it takes a long time. I actually had a student once who came to me because his the place he was a intern, what do you call it? He was an apprentice at a tattoo studio, and the artist he was working under told him, like, you gotta take a drawing class and a painting class because you're just not good enough at drawing. So he came to my class, and I pretty much, you know, made a learning plan for him, gave him certain assignments that would get him better at that specific form of drawing that he was looking to do. But also just observation. You know, one of my friends works for a pretty major 3D design company. They work for big movies and make video games and all this sorts of stuff. And he's come to my class before, and we were just talking after class, and he was just telling me that, you know, the main thing these kids are missing that he saw in my students, you know, a lot of them, of course, want to make video games. They want to make video game art and all this sort of stuff. And he was saying, you know, the main thing that most people are missing, not in my class, I shouldn't have said that, but the main thing that he sees when they get portfolios sent to them all the time, right? Because a lot of people want to be video game artists and this sort of stuff. So these companies will have portfolios, you know, in their inbox every day. And basically what he was saying was the main thing they're looking for is somebody that can draw really well. You know, it's nice to have good 3D skills and, you know, using these programs and modeling stuff and having details and all that stuff. That's all important. But he was saying, you know, if they can demonstrate that they can really draw, that's what I'm more interested in than anything. Because when you're conceptualizing ideas, you're essentially just drawing. And I think people, a lot of times, they think these programs are going to be a trick, right? These programs are going to help them out somehow, make a character look real, but at the end of the day, you're still really drawing in a certain aspect. You know, a screen is flat. A screen is not three-dimensional. You're not sculpting. You're still using shadows, lights, to get a form that you want to look a certain way. It's pretty much drawing. So, observational drawing is super important too, for sure. But yeah, with apprentices, they would actually paint paintings for people. So um, you'll even see in certain museums, oftentimes they'll have on the wall, in the workshop of um, Rembrandt, you know, and that would mean probably one of Rembrandt's students. Maybe Rembrandt came around and put some touches on it or whatever, but it was one of his students' works that they were trying to learn to paint like Rembrandt, and that was the goal. It's kind of different now. All right, let's see where we're going with this. I'm gonna get into these eyes. These things were goggles up here, but I'm gonna make them more into eyes. They're these kind of like goggles on top of this person's head, but they're just too big. They're not working, so I'm gonna turn them into something else. That's just how I paint. Plop. I like to paint my makeup stuff as I go along, at least for these paintings. That's what's happening in them often. It's good to have sketches. Sometimes I'll do sketches with charcoal and stuff like that, preliminary sketches, but in general, I let the paint do the talking, I guess you could say. I give the paint a little bit of autonomy. You have to, give up. You have to let the paint do its own thing sometimes as well. It's good to try to control it, but you have to be open to certain shapes and even certain movements of your hand. We can learn new movements just like you're learning to ride a skateboard or learning to ride a bike. If you got put on a skateboard every single day, your body starts figuring out how to balance, where to put your foot, how to kick, and then you just work your way up through different tricks. But you can't learn all that without just doing the basics first, balance and get the basics down. That's cool. You did a quick sketch of the face. That's awesome. Yeah, it would be fun if people... I thought about doing like a Bob Ross thing. I need to do that one of these days and just like do an actual paint with me section. That'd be fun. I'd have to schedule it for a certain time. The human ape. Yes. There's a theory, it's called the stoned ape theory. And it's basically this idea that for a long time, humans were... Well, basically, I don't know how long ago it was, but at a certain point, we had this explosion of consciousness. And so it's basically the idea, like, why did our brains grow? Why did we start farming? Religion came around at that same time, different religions. A lot of these things happen at the same time. And one theory is that people were just eating everything that they found, and they ate some hallucinogenic mushrooms. And that's where a lot of these ideas came from. It has no like actual basis in science. It's from this writer called Terence McKenna. So it's just kind of a fun idea. But it's fun to think about, what was the impetus for this explosion of knowledge. One of my favorite movies, or movie ideas, I've got different movie pitch ideas that I've made throughout the years. Basically like movies I'd want to make. or I wouldn't want to make them. I just want to have the idea. I have somebody else make them. I don't want to deal with all that. But one would be, Neanderthals and humans lived at the same time. Most people don't know that. Everybody kind of thinks it's like a straight line of evolution, right? Where it's like first we were monkeys, then we were walking, right? But in reality, we actually lived at the same time as Neanderthals did. And there's actually some evidence that Neanderthals would bury their dead in certain ways, and they would even put like rocks around them, which kind of suggests that, these what do we call them? A species, I guess. But yeah, they also had some idea. I mean, if you're putting rocks in kind of a pattern around somebody's grave, or if you're even making a grave, what does that mean about how intelligent they were? So anyway, and there was some mating between the Neanderthals and humans as well. So there were offspring of those two. I don't even know, what do you call them? Species? Interspecies love was going on. So anyway, that's my movie idea, is to make a movie about the time of Neanderthals and humans living together. And supposedly Neanderthals were more, from what I know at least, Neanderthals were more solo, kind of lone wolf type of people, like Bigfoot. Like we think of Bigfoot we don't think of Bigfoot being with 30 other big feet at a concert. We kind of think of Bigfoot being by himself, walking around the woods. And supposedly people think that might be how Neanderthals actually were. They were kind of solitary creatures. And then humans come along, and we've got farming, and we can make weapons and all this sort of stuff. And so in my movie, which would be fictional, it would be, the battle between Neanderthals and humans. Directed by Mel Gibson. You have to make up a new language. Some Neanderthal language. But, I don't know. I think it would be a cool film. Get Ron Perlman in it. Who's that? One of those MMA. Get like one of those MMA, what was her name? Ronda Rousey. Get Ronda Rousey. And not that she looks like a Neanderthal, but she could be like a really tough human, like a really tough human woman that's like barbarian. Barbarians get a bad rap too. But yeah, same as the Goths. Everybody thinks the Goths were all dark. We think of the Goths now as being these dark people wearing all black and dyeing their hair black and listening to industrial music. But the Goths were really colorful too. They made one of the first illuminated Bibles, actually. Yeah, thanks, Ari. It is. Yeah. I can't believe nobody made it yet. There needs to be more prehistory films. Like, it's such a weird time. Like, we think we're on this earth forever. And, how much we don't even know about the planet that we're on. It'd be kind of fan fiction sort of stuff. My version is kind of fan fiction, but if it got too scientific, it'd probably be boring. Because in reality, well, but they did. Yeah, that's right. There was, like I was saying, there was the interspecies love going on. So I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe there was some. I don't know how you'd date during that time. I don't know if they dated, but I'm sure they got into fights. I'm sure there was some drama. Run out of food. It's no good. I don't know who else could be in it. Who else would be some good actors and actresses for? You could call it The Cave. I think, isn't there a Netflix show called The Cave now? I'm not sure. But The Cave, it would, that would be where a lot of stuff would probably go down. if you have a chance to, another awesome documentary is Cave of Forgotten Dreams. That's amazing. If you can find that, it's by Werner Herzog, is the guy who made it, and I think that's on Netflix. The Cave of Forgotten Dreams, and it's about this cave in France, and there's drawings and paintings on the walls, and you can't go into the cave anymore. They used to have it open to tourists, but then they stopped allowing tourists to go in because like our breath was literally like destroying the paintings in the cave. So they stopped opening it up to tourists and this sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, in the Cave of Forgotten Dreams, they go into the cave and they check out the drawings and paintings and stuff like that. Hey, Lucia, or Lucia, or Ola. So they go into the cave, and you can see footprints. You can literally see like footprints from bears and saber-toothed tigers and stuff. Because there's no wind in this cave, and there's dust in the ground, and their footprints are still there in the dust on the ground. It's pretty awesome. There was another one, the Bear Skull Altar is another really old one, but it's basically, and I don't know how they figured this out, but it's like somebody put a bear skull in a very particular way, and it's inside this cave. You go way deep inside this cave, and you can see some prints, like some paintings and stuff on the wall, and there's some bones and stuff on the floor. There's even claw marks in there. There's handprints. That was a common thing to do right when you start off painting back in the day. Do your hand, like chew up some ochre and use your spit and spit it out, and you got it. But yeah, this would be like 30,000 years ago. But there's one, you can search it out if you want. You can search out like Bear Skull Altar, and you can see images of this, what they call the bear skull. And somebody put this bear skull like on a rock, and so people thought maybe that was an early form of religion, or what was happening during that time. It's also referred to as the cult of the cave bear as well. So it's hard to say why were people putting stuff up on altarpieces like that. Thank you, Lucia. Gracias. Yeah, so today, if you're just joining us, we're doing open studio hours where I'm just painting, taking any questions people have, and we're chugging along on this. This is one of my paintings. I know everybody likes to see me paint like Picasso or paint like Cezanne. I love doing those, but this is kind of my open studio hours day, my own stuff here. And if you're interested in what I make, you can check them out in the top right. You can see some of my work, or head on over to my Instagram down there at Jeremiah Polachek. And I have another Instagram, which is my teaching one, and that's at Oko Academy, OKO Academy. And on that one, I've got a lot of different paintings, a lot of different genres of paintings and stuff that I've made over the years as well. But mainly on that Instagram, I'm putting up inspiration for my students. So if people aren't sure, how do I paint? Or oftentimes when they're starting off, they want to find a style. What's a specific style of painting that I like? You're not sure what you like. It's hard to make a painting. And earlier, I was asked too, how do you come up with ideas for paintings? And I think really the trick to generating ideas for paintings is to create a system where you're archiving a lot of different stuff that interests you. So if you like rockets, let's say you'd want to make paintings of rockets, you would read about rockets. You'd find a bunch of different images of rockets. Maybe research how rockets work, this sort of stuff. But more importantly, don't just watch a documentary and forget it. Take a little bit of notes. It doesn't take a lot. You don't have to make a ton of notes on everything. And I got this from my dad. My dad always took these kind of crazy, I shouldn't say crazy, but they looked kind of crazy. They were scattered. I couldn't understand them. I don't think most people that reading them could understand what he was writing, but he always took notes. He was always a good note taker, even if it was in his own kind of script and own language. And basically just collect all these ideas somewhere. It can be as analog as having a folder and a sketchbook. Print stuff out, put it in a folder. Have a sketchbook, write ideas in it. And it's not going to happen at first. It's going to take months and months. And after a few months, you're going to have something there. You'll be like, "Oh, I actually learned something about rockets. And I made 5 paintings of rockets too." But you can also just think of big concepts. So art is full of all these big concepts. So if you want to, get into a certain theme throughout history, we've been making all these different themes that we've done. St. George and the Dragon. That's a theme, right? People have been painting that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. But you could also just think of a, contemporary theme could be, I don't know, social media addiction. That could be a contemporary theme. Okay, I'm going to make paintings about that. Or it could be some sort of political event. Think of, big themes, but go for big stuff first and then figure out, okay, is this a portrait? Is this a landscape? Is this a still life? What is it that I'm actually painting and actually creating? And that'll help a ton if you think of that big theme first of what it is, and then whittle your way back from that. And that will help out, as you're generating ideas. And of course, when you're starting out, the reason why I say it's good to have a theme, and by theme, I'm just talking about, is it a landscape painting or a painting of a figure in an interior, right? Then you can immediately start looking at other artists who have played around with that same idea. So, in that sense, you have this entire world of painters that are making landscape paintings, or this entire world of painters who are making paintings of figures in interiors and this sort of thing. So by identifying that early on, you can find yourself in a certain realm, almost, so to speak. It's a certain very specific type of world that you're creating and a specific type of painting that you're creating as well. So if you're just joining us, doing open studio hours today, office hours as they're called in universities, where I'm just taking any questions that people have. If you got a question, comment, feel free to write them down in the comments below, and I will try to answer whatever you're asking about painting. Just popping these shapes in on top here. Yeah. Now these things are kind of becoming like they were goggles. Just a minute ago, these were like goggles on top and on like a hat of some sort. They're also becoming these leaves now. I like bringing these organic elements into my work. This one is actually way more organic than most. If you're looking at a lot of my other paintings, I tend to pixelate stuff, make paintings of pixels and stuff that's indicative of digital media. But this one just feels, I guess it's probably because it's the prehistoric person, the psychedelic prehistoric person in the painting, that is just making it more organic. Because as we think of that person, their world, not a lot of cell phones around back then, 700,000 years ago. But yeah, if you got any questions, feel free to ask. Did I make a drawing of this before? No. I just jump right into it. Next time I think I'll start off the painting. It could be fun to just do this, absolutely step by step for the entire life of the whole painting as well. But for big pieces, oftentimes for big pieces, I will start with a sketch on paper just to get the basic idea of the composition itself. But yeah, on these smaller pieces, generally I'm just I'm improvising a lot, I guess you could say, as I'm working, as I'm going along. A lot of improvisation. I mean, painting is improvisation a lot of the time. You can make a sketch or a drawing to get the basics, but these are, they're sketches. They're not finished works, not finished drawings. So even though sketches can be pretty loose, so when you're painting from a sketch, how much information is actually there? Yeah, basic information is there. But yeah, these paintings are just, I make them up as I'm going, just out of my head. I will sometimes look at source material. I have a whole folder, an actual 3-ring binder of stuff I printed, because at the university I worked at, there used to be a printer that was free. So I just printed off as much stuff as I possibly could. And so I have, hundreds and hundreds of pages of source material. So sometimes I'll break that out and or I'll put something on my computer, if I'm looking for like nerves, if I'm looking at like a map of nerves of the body or nerves of the face or something like that, I'll look up source material just on Google and look at different images, that sort of stuff. Or maybe I need to find a whale nose. I don't know, do whales have noses? No, they have blowholes. But you know what I mean. Maybe I need to, but yeah, this is all out of my head. I didn't even look at the prehistoric like human face thing or nose or any of that. I just made it up as I went. But yeah, thanks for asking. But source material is good to have. You know, I mean, I don't want to. I often tell my students, you need source material. So it's good to have something to go from. Even with kind of an open, abstract painting like this. This is also a pretty small painting for me. It's like 12 by 16, 30 by 40 centimeters. Smaller paintings can be kind of a pain. You know, that's a super easy trick. When people often see, you know, photorealistic painters, like Richard Estes would be one, E-S-T-E-S. And looking at his work, somebody like Richard Estes, they think, wow, this is crazy. Like, how is this even possible to get so detailed? But first of all, that painting is 2 meters tall, you know, it's big. So literally the brush stroke that you need to make a detail is bigger. So you don't have to, you know, destroy your eyes trying to make some little detail. And the second thing is, if you're looking at a Richard Estes painting on your phone, the scale is 1/1000th the size. So they've taken everything that's big and they made it little, and that just makes it look more realistic. I had one student, and she wanted to do photorealism, and so I got her to, she had a portrait, she wanted to do a portrait, self-portrait, with like water on her face, like her face was all wet, and like water was dripping off of it kind of, and her hair was wet. And that's really common with photorealistic painting too, to do stuff that's really shiny, right? And so I think, you know, that's why she was doing this painting of her face like all wet and hair all wet and all this sort of stuff. It was all shiny, and the lights are really light because they're shining the light off, you know. And I told her, I was like, okay, what you're gonna do is get a big canvas, you know, about, you know, bigger than you. It needs to be bigger than your head, you know. So she got, I don't know, maybe a meter by half a meter canvas or so. And so it wasn't huge, but what is that, 3 feet by 2 feet or something? And then I told her to print off the image you're gonna paint, print it the same size as your canvas. So now obviously this is kind of hard to print off a giant poster of your head, but what's easy is, and there's programs that do this, there's apps that actually, you know, will make your image into a grid for Instagram. So it'll divide an image that you have into like 9 separate images. Looks like we dropped out there for a second. But yeah, you got to just do those early steps can help you a ton as you go down the line, as you continue painting. If you do just have a big image. It sounds simple, but that's what photorealism was. Photorealism, that's what they did. They'd print out images that were huge. So, you know, when they had these huge images, it's easier to see, oh, there's a little bit of blue in this part of the shadow, and there's a little bit more red in this part of the shadow. And so all these really subtle things that we think are impossible to paint and see, when the image itself is blown up, it's literally easier for our eye to see them. And when we're using bigger brushes, it's easier to draw details with a bigger brush, because it's not a little, you know, like a 000 brush that's like 2 bristles on the end of this little stick. And you got to control these 2 bristles to make this one little line. It's simply easier to use a bigger brush. And a lot of people don't think of that when they're trying to do paintings like that. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing, you can just expand that technique, especially if you got access to a printer. I don't any longer, but I can get stuff printed at the print shop. It's not that expensive. But I did like, you know, having a free printer. Free is a good price. The amount of copies you get as a teacher, I mean, you get like $1,000 worth of copies every semester or something. Just because people make copies for classes all the time. Some teachers will print out, you know, they'll have 25 students and they'll have like a 200-page book that they print out of articles and all sorts of stuff, and then they bind it, you know. They'll make 25 copies of a 200-300-page book. So I was printing out everything. Printing out all sorts of stuff. And then I had to move, so I just got one of those 3-ring binder things and put them into 3-ring binders, put the holes in them and just put them in 3-ring binders, and then you can just pull them out as you need them. Kind of going with this blobby meat thing up here. If you're just tuning in, doing an open studio hours today, taking people's questions, hanging out and painting with me. It's all good fun. Probably gonna take a break in around 20 minutes or so, or 18 minutes maybe. What time would it be then? 3:20? It's a good time to stop. 3:20. So I'll go about 15 more minutes or so.